Hello, chat. Let me switch to the game. Okay. So last time we left off at around stage 2 of opening the process in the chapter 3. Also, where were we last time? I think it was here, this one. Wait, no. Load last. That was the last time we streamed. I think it was like a month ago for this game. Man, it's been a while. Okay. So, we're still lost in the middle of the desert. We'll be fine though. Okay. I think the game is lagging a little bit. Let me I turned VSync on earlier before I started the stream. See if that helps. It is running at 46 frames per second. Wow, it's dying. It's fine. You know, notoriously heavy game to run. You know, the long drive. We'll be fine. Okay. So. Alright. So, last time we actually left off at the next page, was 136. But, I... Oop. Okay. I haven't even started reading yet. And we're already, self-imploding. Very cool. Where's the, Here we are. Okay. Go back on there. Come on. Go back on there. Go back. Hello? Back. Come on. There you go. Okay. Right. So, stage 2. Opening the image to be executed. Oop. Hang on. Here we go. Wait. I cannot. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. I know why. Sorry, chat, give me a moment. This fell off. That's why it's not moving. Okay. Right, stage 2. Opening the image to be executed. At this point, the creating thread has switched from kernel mode to continue and continues work within the anti-create user process system call implementation. So last time we left off at we went through stage 1, which was, yeah, the flow of creating process. Yeah, create process. Right, stage 2. Anti-create user process first validates arguments and builds an internal structure to hold all creation information. The reason for validating arguments, again, is to make sure that the call to the executive did not originate from a hack that managed to simulate the way NTDLL makes the transition to the kernel with bogus or malicious arguments. As illustrated in figure 3-11, which is below. We managed to break off our trunk twice within the first 5 minutes of the game, of the stream. Very cool. Come on. Get in there. Come on. Here we go. Why is it not moving? Hello? Hello? Have we somehow gotten ourselves stuck over the 5 minutes of the stream? Why is it stuck? Also, why isn't the bumper going back on? Okay, chat. Oh, no. Oh, right. We're stuck on the rock. That's what you meant by driving. For a second, I thought you were actually in the car studying Windows internals. If I did that, I'm pretty sure I'd be banned. And for endangering public safety. Right. So, as illustrated in figure 3-11, the next stage of anti-create user process is to find the appropriate Windows image that will run the executable file specified by the caller, and to create the section object. Ow. Tip. Hello, Zane. Okay. Right. And to create a section object to layer map into the address space of the new process. If the call fails for any reason, it returns to create process internal W with a failure state. Look at to table 3-8. That causes the create process internal to execute again. Attempt to execute again. You're doing gym right now, Zane? Damn. Getting that gains. Right, so we went through that illustration last time as well. So last time we actually left off in the middle of this page. Oop. No, not that far. Hang on. Oh. Hang on. Come on. There we go. If the process needs to be protected, it also checks the signing policy. If the process to be created is modern, a licensing check is done to make sure that it is licensed and allowed to run. If the app is inbox or pre-installed with Windows, it is allowed to run regardless of license. If siloing app is allowed, configured through the settings app, then they are... Okay. We are having quite a bit of trouble with our car 5 minutes into the stream. That's what I get for reading, and actually that's what you get for reading and not paying attention to the road. Be a responsible driver and do not look at anything else but the road while you're driving. This includes your phone, chat. Right, okay. If siloing app is allowed, configured through the settings app, then any signed apps can be executed, not just from the store. If the process is a trustlet, the section object must be created with a special flag that allows the secure kernel to use it. If the executable file specified is a Windows exe, and the create user process tries to open the file and create a section object for it. The object isn't mapped to memory yet, but it is opened. Just because the section object has been successfully created doesn't mean that the file is valid Windows image. However, it could be a DLL or POSIX executable. If the file is a POSIX executable, the call fails because POSIX is no longer supported. If the file is a DLL, create process internal, it fails as well. Now that anti-create user process has found a valid Windows executable image, as part of the process creation code described in the next section, it looks in the image execution file options to see whether a subkey with the file name and extension of the executable image without the directory and path information, for example, notepad.exe, exists there. If it does, a PSP allocate process looks for a value named debugger for that key. If this value is present, the image to be run becomes a string in that value, and create process internal W restarts at stage 1. So I'm actually not entirely sure if, since this exists in the kernel world, I'm not entirely sure if it is possible to skip the debugger override that is present in IFEO, unless you were to create the process from kernel mode, because all creating process will go through this stage. It is validated. The IFEO is validated in stage 1 and stage 2 as well. So stage 1 is I think it takes place before create create user process internal is called. Or sorry, really the thing is, stage 1 is create user process internal. Stage 2 is the kernel call to the create process. So I think since it is valid in both stage, I think you can't really start a process without skipping that. I'm not sure. You can take advantage of this process creation behavior and debug the startup code of Windows services processes before they start rather than attaching the debugger after starting a service, which doesn't allow you to debug the startup code. So this is something I had tried before when I was debugging services, but because of the way they are spawned, service executables are spawned, they're spawned under the non-interactive session. I'm not entirely sure if I think whenever you try to debug a process that is created under a non-interactable session, the debugger also spawns in that session, and therefore you cannot interact with the debugger. So when I tried that before, the debugger spawns in the window in a state that I cannot interact with. Like, I'll see the x64 debug instance spawn, but I can't interact with it. I'm not entirely sure if there's a way around that, because, like, based on what it's saying here, you're supposed to be able to interact with the debugger. I don't know. Thank you for the resub, Zane. You're having a good time at the gym. Okay. On the other hand, if the image is not a Windows exe, for example, if it's an MS-DOS or Win16 application, Create Process Internal goes through a series of steps to find a Windows-supported image to run it. The process is necessary because non-Windows applications aren't run directly. Windows instead uses a few special support image that in turn are responsible for actually running the non-Windows program. For example, if you attempt to run MS-DOS or a Win16 executable, 32-bit Windows only, the image to be run becomes the Windows executable ntvdm.exe. In short, you cannot directly create a process that is not a Windows process. If Windows cannot find a way to resolve the activate image as a Windows process, as shown in Table 3-8, Create Process Internal fails. Hello, person in Twitter chat. Oh. Okay. Decision tree for stage 1 of Create Process. Shouldn't this be included in the stage 1 part? Why is it below the stage 2 part? So if the image is an MS-DOS application with an .exe, .com, or .pif extension, then uses the create state code ps create fill on section create. This image will also run ntvdm.exe, and then create process internal restarts at stage 1. If it is a Win16 application, same thing happens. If it is a Win64 application on a 32-bit system or a PPC MIPS or alpha binary, then it creates state code, which is ps create fail machine mismatch. Then create process internal, which is simply fail. I need to fix this. Oh, come on. There we go. If it has the debugger value with another image name, then it also goes to ps create fail exe name. And the image of the one that is specified in the debugger value will start, and it will also restart at stage 1. If it is an invalid or damaged Windows exe, then it will just return to ps create fail exe format, and the create process internal fails. Stop falling off. God damn it. It's falling off every time we hit something. We also need to take a nap. If the image cannot be opened, then it will return with ps create fail on open, and the create process internal also fails. If the image is a command procedure, application with a .bat or .cmd extension, then it will return ps create on fail section create. Then it'll just restart with cmd, and then restart at stage 1. Out. Specifically, the decision tree that create process internal goes through to run an image is as follows. If it's an x86 32-bit Windows, and the image is an MS-DOS application with a .exe.com.pif extension, a message is sent to the Windows subsystem to check whether MS-DOS support process NTVDM specified in the command line registry value has already been created for this session. If a support process has been created, it is used to create the MS-DOS application. The Windows subsystem. Hello. Wait a second. Don't I already have the glasses on? Okay. The Windows subsystem sends a message to virtual DOS machine or VDM process to run the new image. Then create process internal returns. If a support process hasn't been created, the image to be run changes to NTVDM, and create process internal restarts at stage 1. Basically what we saw earlier. Oh, right. No, we had the round glasses on. Thank you for the reading glasses, Zane. If the file has .bat or .cmd extension, the image to be run becomes cmd.exe, the Windows command prompt, and create process internal restarts at stage 1. The name of the batch file, okay. Okay. There goes our trunk again. So I can clean off that blood stain on the driver's seat. Come on. Come on. On you go. Come on. Maybe if I rotate this. Surely it'll go on. Oh, there we go. Hello, new person, Twitch chat. Okay, there we go. Right. The name of the batch file is passed as a second parameter to command.exe after the C switch. For a x86 Windows system, if the image is Win16 or a Windows 3.1 executable, create process internal must decide whether a new VDM process must be created to run it, or whether it should use the default session-wide shared VDM process, which might not have yet been created. The create process flag create separate Windows on Windows VDM, and create shared Windows on Windows VDM controls this decision. If these flags aren't specified, the default separate VDM registry value dictates the default behavior. If the... Okay, hang on. If the application is to be run in a separate VDM, the image to be run changes to NTVDM, followed by some configuration parameters, and the 16-bit process name. And create process internal restarts at stage 1. Otherwise, the Windows subsystem sends a message to see whether the shared VDM process exists and can be used. If the VDM process is running on a different desktop or isn't running under the same security as the caller, it can't be used, and a new VDM process must be created. If a shared VDM process can be used, the Windows subsystem sends a message to it to run the new image and create when process internal returns. If the VDM process hasn't been created, or if it exists but can't be used, the image to run changes to the VM support image and create process internal restarts at stage 1. Uh, has the book gone through what a VDM is? Because I kind of forgot. I've been driving to a car like that to uni. You shouldn't be driving, all right? You shouldn't be driving and reading, all right? This is for educational purposes only. Don't do that. Because if you've been paying attention to how I drive in this game, you'll notice that I've been running into things a lot. Okay. Um. Okay. Tab out. Stage 3. Creating the Windows Executive Process object. At this point, NT-Create user process has opened a valid Windows executable file and created a section object to map it into... Okay, that could have been worse. All things considered. And only the trunks fell off. That's what I get for driving off-road. Wait, where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Here, I'll put on my reading glasses because it's the redeem expired. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Nope, not what I meant. I think we're stuck. Hang on, chat. It'll be an easy fix. Come on. Come on, push it. Push it. Come on. There we go. See? Easy fix. I should also specify that actually it was my friend who was driving. Oh. But that's not a big deal then. Continue reading then. Cool experience. The whole car was shaking. We drove near truck or wind. Yeesh. Lovely car. Okay. Back to what I was saying. Next, it creates a Windows executive process object to be run. Next, it creates a Windows executive process object to run the image by calling the internal function PSP allocate process. So I don't think the book ever explained what exactly PSP stands for. It mentioned there was a PSP prefix set of export functions or function names. I don't think it ever explained what PSP stands for. So every time I read this, I'm just imagining a PSP, like a PlayStation. PSP allocate object, creating the executive process object, which is done by creating a thread, involves the following stage. So first, it sets up the eProcess object, creates initial process address space, initializes the kernel process structure, kprocess, concluding the setup of the process address space, and sets up the PEB, which is the process environment block, I think, completing the setup of the executive process object. Note that the only time there won't be a parent process is during system initialization, when the system process is created. After that point, a parent process is always required to provide a security context for the new process. Stage 3 wait. Okay, so now it's going through all the sub-stages that was mentioned earlier. So 3A, setting up the eProcess object. This substage involves the following steps. Inherit the affinity of the parent process unless it was explicitly set during process creation through the attribute list. I didn't know affinity is inherited when you create a subprocess. I should probably test that. Choose the ideal NUMA node. That was okay. Okay, nothing fell off. Nice flips. Oh my god, are you gonna stop? Thank you. Choose the ideal NUMA node that was specified in the attribute list, if any. I'm starting to think we should get back on the road because we keep running into rocks. Inherit the IO and page priority from the parent process. If there is no parent process, the default page priority 5 and IO priority normal are used. Set the new process exit status to status pending. Choose the hard error processing mode selected by the attribute list. Otherwise, inherit the parent's processing mode if none was given. If no parent exists, use the default processing mode, which is to display all errors. Store the parent process ID in the inherited from unique process ID field in the new process object. Query the IFEO key to check if the process should be mapped with large pages, which is use large process. Use large. I cannot speak. Which is the use large pages value in the IFEO key, unless the process is to be run under Windows on Windows 64, in which case large pages will not be used. Also, query. Ow. 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 Come on. That is a lot of flips. Unless the process is to be run under Windows WoW64, in which case large pages large pages will not be used. Also query the key to check if NTDLO has been listed as a DLO that should be mapped with large pages within the process. I keep calling it large process. Query the performance options key in the IFEO, which is perf options, if it exists, which may consist of any number of the following possible values: IO priority, page priority, CPU priority class, and working set limit in KB. If the process would run under Windows on Windows 64, then allocate the WoW64 auxiliary structure, the eWoW64 process, and set it in the WoW64 process member of the... Oh. Lost half of our body, guys. Hello, Twilight. Oop, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, hey. Come back. I didn't hit the handbrake. Come on. Come back. Ow. Thank you for the repair tow. Come back here. Oh my god. Chat, I think we should put on some music as well. And now that I think about it. Oh, is it gonna come back? Is it gonna roll down the hill? It is. Alright, come on. Okay. Not what I expected to happen, but sure, that helped it stop. We can put on some music. Oh, thank you, Redeem. I thought that was me for a second. It was like it happened when I hit the play key. If the process is to be created under an app container, in most cases a modern app, so what, can a non-modern app run an app container? Validate that the token was created with a low box. I have no idea what low box is. See Chapter 7 for more on app containers. Attempt to acquire all the privileges required for creating process. Choosing the real-time process priority class, assigning a token to the new process. Mapping the process with large pages, and creating the process with a new session. Within a new session are all operations that require the appropriate privilege. Create the process primary access token, a duplicate of the parent's primary token. Oh. When we eventually edit this down to a video, if I ever do, we need a trunk counter. See how many times a trunk hood has popped off. New process inherit the security profile of the parents. If the create process as user function is being used to specify a different access token for the new process, the token is then changed appropriately. Okay, let's take a nap. Is that blood on the windshield? It just adds to the decor. Yep. Totally haven't had an accident. 2 streams ago. I don't know how to clean it off, though. I mean, it adds to the decor, as he said. Alright, I'm gonna try driving this way. Let's, like, along the road. So that we're not constantly running into rocks. In fact, I might even go back on the road. Let me get back on the road before I continue reading. Woo. Consider decor and blood sacrifice to the car gods? Hell yeah. The change might happen only if the parent's token integrity level dominates the integrity level of the access token. If the access token is a true child or sibling of the parent token. Oh, and if the access token is a true child or sibling of the parent token. Note that if the parent has the SE assigned primary token privilege, this will bypass these checks. The session ID of the new process token is now checked to determine if this is a cross-session create. If so, the parent process temporarily attaches the to the target session and correctly process quotas and address space creation. Set the new process's quota. Thank you for the follow, Incognito. Welcome to stream. Sorry, where was I? Set the new process quota block to the address of its parent process quota block. Increase and increment the reference count for the parent's quota block. What is the quota block again? Was this mentioned before? If the process was created through create process as user, this step will occur. Instead, the default quota is created, or a quota matching the user profile is selected. The process minimum and maximum set sizes are set to the values of PSP minimum working set and PSP maximum working set, respectively. These values can be overridden if performance options were specified in the perf options key part of the image file execution options, in which case the maximum working set is taken from there. Note that the default working set limits, or soft limits, are essentially hints, while the perf options working set maximum is a hard limit. Right, so I can set how big a process's working limit is, working set limit is. So like, can't I set that to like a very low value? Is the process still gonna work properly? I should investigate this after a stream. Actually, why wait? We can do this now. Hang on. Let me pull up a VM. Give me a second, guys. Shout out to my PC for being able to run like 3 VMs while streaming. I'm surprised the computer hasn't imploded yet. Okay. So I open up regedit. Actually, let me show you guys this. Hang on. Why is it all the way up there? Come on, get up here. Get down here. Hang on a second. Let me make this bigger. Okay. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna bridge edit right now. I'll do like MS Edge or something. Where's the key again? Microsoft. Where's IFO again? Shit, I forgot. Let me check on my PowerShell script real quick. Right. Windows NT current version. I can never remember where IFO is, even though I've accessed it so many times. Current version. Image file execution options. Do like MS Edge. Sorry, wrong. Key. MS Edge.exe. Actually, no. Yeah, MS Edge. So what if I do? Perf options. Oh wait, so what does perf options mean? Can I pull up G flags right now? G flags would help, I think. Assuming it runs. Do I need to copy the entire x64 debugger folder in here? I might need to. Hang on. We're doing experiments live on stream. G flags. Okay, there we go. Image file. Wait, isn't it G flags? Am I misremembering? Is it not G flags? I'm looking for the one that changes the image file execution options for you. I guess not. I know it has the word flag in it. Is this not G flags? Shoot. Oh. Do a live check real quick for, what was it, perf options? Can I ask ChatGPT this instead? Change process maximum working set via image file execution option. Okay, is this... Thanks, AI. That's not very helpful. Are set to the values of these over performance perf options. Am I reading this wrong? Hang on. Okay. It's literally just called maximum working set. What if I said to like 1? Okay, what if we restart the thing now? Doesn't seem to affect it. Check the these real quick. See if these have changed. Maximum working says, okay. Wait, so has that changed? No, it seems like it's 1.35 by default. Huh. Well, I don't know. This wasn't working as I was expecting it to. I'm sure someone will let me know what I did wrong. Anyways, let's get back to driving. I just thought it was a little interesting to look into. Okay. And bye. Shut down. Okay. Okay. Next up, initialize the actor space of the process. Then detach from the target session if it is different. The group affinity of the process is now chosen if the group affinity inheritance was not used. The default group affinity will either inherit from the parent if the NUMA node propagation was set earlier, the group owning the NUMA node will be used, or be assigned round robin. If the system is forced group awareness mode, and group 0 was chosen by a selection algorithm, group 1 is chosen instead as long as it exists. It also initializes the K process, part of the process object, see stage 3C. The token of the process is now set. The process priority class is set to normal unless the parent was using idle or below normal process priority class. In which case, the process parent priority is inherited. Oh, so it doesn't go above normal. If, by default anyways. Because, like, from what I was reading earlier, I thought it would use whatever the parent desired it to. But I guess the maximum is normal. Now, of course, you can override this in IFEO, but yeah. The process handle is a process handle table is initialized if the inherent handles flags is set for the parent process. Any inheritable handles are copied from the parent's object handle table into the new process. For more information about object handle tables, see Chapter 8 in Part 2. A process attribute can now also be used to specify only a subset of handles, which is useful when you are using create process as user to restrict which objects should be inherited by the child process. Chat, I think we're gonna switch up the radio a little bit because I am falling asleep to this music. Give me a second. Probably pause. Here we go. We probably won't get yelled at for copyright because this is Nikkei music. So we should be fine. Right, where are we? The if performance options were specified through the perf options key, these are now applied. The perf options key. Okay. Could be worse. Our tires are still here. That shit in our glove box. How'd that get there? Okay. If performance options were specified through the performance options key, these are now applied. The performance options key includes overrides for the working set limit, IO priority, page priority, and CPU. Oh, I know why it didn't work now. Oh, it was supposed to be a key, right? We were supposed to create a performance options key and then create a value. Well, Can I try that again then? Nah, never mind. I'll do it next time. The final process priority class and the default quantum for its threads are computed and set. The various mitigation options provided in the IFTO key as a 64-bit value named mitigation are read and set. If the process is under an app container, add treat as app container mitigation flag. Other mitigation flags are now applied. So, I believe not every IFVO options are documented, not even in this book. There's one that I know of. I said we're gonna try again, but I want to show you guys something else real quick. Give me a second. Open up Regedit again. Okay, we gotta create a new perf options. Okay, let's try that again. So what if I said 1? Okay, no, it's still sitting at normal. I love how all of them are about priority. That's all I'm looking for. Working limit. Working set limit in KP. Wait, this is just copy paste from Windows. This isn't from the book. So I can I also do this? Oh. Oh. There we go. Now it's failing to start. Okay, not failing to start, but it's like very slow. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you can see the maximum working set here has actually changed. So I guess the value we're looking for is this. Oh, it is really slow. Oh my god. It's like frozen, basically. Ooh. Okay, not quite what I was expecting to happen. It's like basically unusable. Okay, let's try going to a website. Nope. Okay, what if I do notepad.exe? Okay, that still kind of works. Okay, that's not that bad then. Okay. Interesting. That can kind of be... I wonder if this could be used against starting things up. So the other thing I want to show you that's not documented, or at least not widely documented, not officially documented, is the hang on, the minimum stack commit and bytes key. So there's this undocumented value. There's this undocumented value that you can set. It's called minimum stack commit in bytes. This is not mentioned in either the book or in any official documentation. What you do is this thing called minimum stack commit in bytes, which is basically exactly what it says. It allows you to specify the minimum committed stack committed bytes in the stack to be. If you set this to like very high value, like that, if you try to start a process, it'll just fail. So this was actually being used at some point to stop various EDR from starting. This was first documented by Trend Micro from a few years back. This is actually a very cool way of doing it, and I forgot where it's from. If you look in, I think it's either in DTLO or kernel 32. This is where it actually specifies that. Make sure we can do a search right now for that. Let's see. Let's pull up riprap. Because I do remember looking into it in IDA a while ago. I do RG. Copy. If I go to Windows, if I do minimum stack byte and commit, minimum stack commit and bytes. Also, get rid of that. I know it's somewhere. No? Okay, it might be a white string. If that's the case, I'm not sure if RG can do white string. Either way, it's in here somewhere. I'm not gonna wait for it. But yeah, there's a little cool little thing for you to learn about. Okay. Get that here. Okay. Right. Creating the initial address process address space. The initial process address space consists of the following pages. It contains the page directory. Why is there a huge rock in the middle of the road? It's possible that there will be more than one or systems of page tables more than 2 levels. such as x86 systems in PAE mode or 64-bit systems. Hyperspace page, VAD bitmap page, working set list. To create these pages, the following steps are taken. The page table entries are created in the appropriate page tables to map the initial pages. The number of pages is deducted from the kernel variable total committed pages and added to process commit. The system-wide default process minimum working set size, PS minimum working set, is deducted from resident available pages. The page tables for the global system space, that is, other than process-specific pages that we just described, and except session-specific memories are created. Hello, Key. Welcome to stream. Haven't seen you in a while. Right. Stage 3C. Creating the kernel's process structure. How are you? I am doing alright. Have we... Okay, I see a little house. Have we been there before? I hope not. Ow. Perfect. That's one way to, mark. Okay. Oh, I can just hold down F. Okay, there we go. You don't suppose we can, well, no, it's missing the rim. At least we haven't been here yet. Got some gas. Ow. Zip. Yeah, I got myself stuck again. Nope. I'm sorry, what? That's not what I expected to happen when I load in the game. Hello? Okay. Well, we might have to load back than earlier, I'll save. Okay. What? Huh? Huh? I'm sorry. Okay. Well, we might have lost like 30 minutes of progress there, because neither of the save worked. Awesome. Thanks, game. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's fine. We got plenty of time. No worries. The book is very long, anyways. Okay. Right. Well, let's get back on the road before I continue reading. Because, otherwise I won't be able to focus on the book. And ooh, okay. Nice flip. Oh, well, we're gonna be here for a little while, chat. Okay. I don't remember where we are, actually. Actually, when was this autosave from? Okay, it's from today, thankfully. That was gonna be like from last month or something. Just from an hour ago, or sorry, half an hour ago. It's fine. We'll be fine. I'm not upset. Yes. No, really, it's fine. It's not that bad. Okay. Your attempted user points on... Oh, glasses. You did it. It's funny because earlier Zane redeemed for the square glasses when I had initially had the round glasses on, and now we're back to round glasses. It is cute. We're just rotating through all the different glasses now. Now maybe I should add the hair options as redeems as well. We could make that work. Woo. Okay, I need to take a nap in the game. Woo! Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Engine. Thank you. Actually, you know what? Let's pull a different hairstyle. Yeah, I like this one. Oh. Come on. Thank you. Let's see if we can get back to the house. If I remember where that is. If we don't get back in the house within the next 5 minutes, then I'm just gonna keep reading. Because I think we've been through multiple crossroads already, and I haven't seen any yet, so I think it might be a while before we get back there. If we are even taking on the same road at all. Because for all I know, I could be on a completely different road. Hello, Marshmallow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for follow. Braids of love flowers? Yeah. Oh, little braids. Okay. It will be real. Hey, no. Yeah, I think we've been here. So the last time I took a ride, I think. You know what? I'm not entirely sure this is the same road. If it isn't, well. You know, maybe I shouldn't snake around too much. drive off-road a little bit there. A little shortcut. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing this tower. That's I think we've been through like 2. So, still not sure if this is the same road. I sure hope whatever happened back there doesn't happen again. Do you think you can do a cyber set quiz while driving? Maybe. Well, should we go back for that trunk? Sure. Throw that at me, deal. Let me, go pick that back up. I think I should make the redeem last a little bit longer. I think the 10 minutes is a little bit too short for the glasses. I think we can do it longer. Hello, where's the trunk? Your hood thing. Sorry, where do we lose it again? Hang on. Where is it? I think I lost her somewhere around here. Oh, great, awesome. Where is our hood? Hood? Oh, there it is. Okay, come on. There we go. Oh yeah, Key. I've heard you. I've heard you moving into a new apartment. How's that going for you? Come on, it's not that hard to stay on the road. Oh god. Okay. No, no, it is very hard to stay on. Oh, okay. Well. Come on. There you go. By the way, did you guys hear about the new desktop made DLC? They had Teto. I kind of want to grab it. They just released it today. Haven't gotten around to checking it out yet. Okay. Thanks, game. You know what? I think I'm gonna save here as well. Just in case. Okay, I think I'm gonna continue reading now that we're kind of back on the road. They're still not back to the house yet, but he'll be fine. The next stage of PSP allocate process is the initialization of the K process structure, a PCB member of the E process. This is performed by K initialize process. That's what I get for reading. Oh, hello. There we go. Oh, okay. Right, which does the following. A doubly linked list, which connects all threads part of the process, initially empty, is initialized. That's some of the Marshy. Oh. Oh, you two are friends, right? I think. Hello. Welcome to the stream. The initial value or reset value of the process of I was struggling with Twitch for a minute. That's me on a daily basis. Which is described in more detail in the thread scheduling section in chapter 4 as hard-coded 6 the default quantum until it is initialized later by PSP compute quantum and priority. What's a quantum in the process again? The default note that the default initial quantum differs from the Windows client and server systems. For more information on thread quantums, turn to discussion in this section, thread scheduling, in chapter 4. The process's base priority is set based on what was computed in stage 3A. Default processor affinity for the threads in the process is set as is the group affinity. The group affinity was calculated in stage 3A or inherited from the parent. This process swapping state is set to resident. The thread seed is based on the ideal processor that the kernel has chosen for this process, which is based on previously created process's ideal processor, effectively randomizing this in a round-robin manner. Create a new process will update the seed in KE node block, the initial NUMA node block, so that the new process will get a different ideal processor seed. If the process is a secure process from Windows 10 and Server 2016 and up, then secure ID is created now by calling hvl create secure process. Okay. Let's hope I don't run into anything. Okay. Stage 3D. Concluding the setup of the process address space. I'm starting to think this might be a different road from the one that we had previously taken. Oh, well, no, yeah, it's yeah, this is definitely a different road because I haven't seen this before. Have we? No, we haven't. Okay. Oop. Oh. Where is he? Where is he? Is he down there? Oh, he's stuck down there. Well. Calm down. You're just dying. It's fine. Oh, that's it? Oh. Where are we traveling to? Disneyland, apparently. I hope, anyways. Oh, diesel. Is that a box? It's like stuck in the ground. Come on, get back up. Get out of there. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. I don't know what this is, but sure. Is there a box stuck in the stool? Oh. Okay. Sure. Ow, my ears. Okay, well, there wasn't anything interesting here. Killing that. Matanias is back. Yeah, mine too, after that. Okay. Setting up for the address space for a new process is somewhat complicated, so let's look at what's involved one step at a time. To get the most out of this section, you should have some familiarity with the internals of the Windows Memory Manager described in Chapter 8, sorry, Chapter 5. But that's like 2 chapters away. We can't be familiar with what it hasn't shown up thus far in the book. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. The routine that does most of the work in setting the address space is okay. Is initialize process address space. It also supports cloning an address space from another process. This capability was useful at the time to implement the POSIX fork system call. It may also be leveraged in the future to support other Unix-style fork. This is how fork is implemented in Windows Subsystem for Linux in Redstone 1. Ooh, another house. That was quick. Alright, what's over here? Ah, great. 07. Oh, flashlight. Ow. Okay. What is this? A dumbbell? No way, it's a trophy. Hang on, what does it say? Uber... Bush... no. Horse... what? Okay. I'm number 1 in that thing, whatever that is. Okay. Oh, I should probably close that. Oops. How much oil do we still have? Okay. Yeah, I can't see anything. Let's sleep. Do you think this will fit? I don't even know if it's for this side of the car. No, I don't think so. Darn. Is it for that side then? Oh yeah, it is. Well, that's lame. We're still missing one side of the car. I don't know what that is. Sure. Fridge. Sausage? Chocolate? Bread? Ooh, hang on. Is this thing working? Hang on. Oh! 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 Hang on. Hello, Crispy. How do I... How do I... How do I fix this upright? Okay, you know what? Never mind. Find any monsters or aliens today? Well, I killed this guy. I'm not sure if he's either a monster or an alien. I'm not sure. But he's dead. Ooh, more gas. Hang on. What I miss? You missed us killing that guy. And a motorcycle that I don't know how to use. And our car is still working fine. We don't really need it anyways, so we're fine. I need a restroom break. I slept like 9 hours, but I require 9 more. So true. Me too. Alright. Restroom break. I'll be right back. Chad, there's a giant... Yeah, there's a giant spider in the restroom, in the bathroom. But I think it's supposed to eat mosquitoes and cockroaches and whatnot. So I think I'm just gonna let it be. I think we'll be fine. Okay. Slept like 5, got an hour more. Wow. Okay. Let's get back in the car and get out of here. Goodbye, door. Wish I could have had you on the missing side of the car. Oh well. The following steps do not describe address space cloning functionality, but rather focus on normal process address space initialization. First up, the virtual memory manager sets the value of the process's last trim time to current time. The working set manager, which runs in the context of the balance set manager system thread, Use this value to determine when to initialize workset trimming. The memory manager initializes the process's working set list. Page faults can now be taken. The section, created when the image file was opened, is now mapped into the new process's address space, and the process section base address is set to the base address of that image. The process environment block, or PEB, is created and initialized. See section 3, see stage 3E. NTDLL is mapped into the process. If this is a WILE64 process, the 32-bit NTDLL is also mapped. So wait, does it map both NTDLLs? Oh, there goes our thing again. Right, here we are. Right, a new session, if requested, is now created for the process. The special step is mostly implemented for the benefit of the session manager, or SMSS, when initializing a new session. The standard handles are duplicated and the new values are written in the process parameter structure. Any memory reservation listed in the attribute list are now processed. Additionally, 2 flags allow the bulk reservation of the first 1 or 16 megabytes of the address space. These flags are used internally for mapping, for example, real mode vectors and ROM code, which must be in the lower ranges of the virtual address space. Oh, hang on. The bus stop? Funny, is it? I don't know, is it? Nature and Girls magazine. Is the issue... in the issue, tunnels. Why is it so good to go inside them? Getting to know nature. What to do if you die in the tunnel. I don't think there's anything to do if I'm dead in a tunnel. But thank you. Does this work? Up. Okay. Not what I meant to do. I thought the handbrake wasn't on. It's still sliding. Well. Take the door? You know what? I could. Hang on. Assuming I can... No. There it is. Hang on. Come on. Stop. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, stop moving. Come on. Thank you. So does this car still work? No, it's missing gas. And or electricity. That's fine. We can take the door. Right? Surely. Oh, hang on. Aha! Perfect. Just how it's supposed to fit. There we go. Fits like a glove, as they say. Goofy clown car? No, it's fine. It looks fine. You don't know what you're talking about. Right. Which must be in the where normally the heap or other process structures could be located. The user parameters are written into the process, copied, and fixed up. That is, they are converted from the absolute from to a relative form so that a single memory block is needed. The affinity information is written into the PEB. The min-win API redirection set is mapped into the process, and its pointer is stored in the PEB. I feel like so far there's been a lot of things that the book assumes about us. Like, it knows what everything it's saying is something we already know. I don't know what the heck min-win this is referring to. The process unique ID is now determined and stored. The kernel does not distinguish between the unique process and the thread IDs and handles. The process and thread IDs handles are stored in the global handle table, in the PSP ID CID table that is not associated with any process. If the process is secure, that is, it runs in isolated user mode, the secure process is initialized and associated with the kernel process object. Oh, right. It's time for everyone's favorite structure in the process, the PEB. Setting up the PEB in stage 3E. Ooh, what a flip. Oh, hang on. We're leaking. Hang on. Uh-oh. Okay, it's not that bad. Where did our... There it is. Sick flips. It would be sick if we didn't lose any parts, which we did. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. Anti-create user process calls create PEB, which first maps the system-wide national language setup national language support (NLS) table into the process address space. And next calls create PEB or TB to allocate a page for the PEB, and then initializes a number of fields, most of them based on internal variables that were configured through the registry, such as heap values, critical section timeout, and minimal. Minimum stack commit and bias. Oh, that's the value of that's the thing I was talking about earlier. Oh, so this is like vaguely documented. Like, it's not mentioned in the IFEO key, but it's vaguely mentioned here. I think we follow AHGU. I'm not sure how to pronounce that username. Hello. Thank you for follow. Okay. Some of these fields can be overridden by settings in the linked executable image, such as the Windows version in the P header, or affinity mask and load configuration directory of the P header. If the image header... Come on, man, it was... I barely grazed through that. Oh, man. I want to glue these trunks hood now. But they keep falling off. Come on, get back on there. I might need to rotate this. Oh, we should probably close the door. If the image header characteristics image file up system only flag is set, indicating that the image can only be run only on a uniprocessor system. A single CPU, rotating uniprocessor number, is chosen for all threads in the new process to run on. The selection process is performed by simply cycling through the available processors. Each time this type of image is run, the next processor is used. In this way, these types of images are spread evenly across the processors. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. It's gonna sun down again soon. Yeah. Stage out. Thank you for the paratow. Stage 3F. Completing the setup of the executive process object. Before the handle to the new process can be returned, a few final steps must be completed, which are performed by PSP insert process as its helper functions. If a system-wide auditing of processes is enabled because of either local policy settings or group policy settings from a domain controller, the process creation is written to the security event log. If the parent process was contained in the job is recovered from the job level set of the parent and then bound to the session of the newly created. Ow. That killed me. Oh. This is why you don't read a book while driving. What was our last autosave? From 6 minutes ago. Okay. Right. Yes, if you do not pay attention to the road, either because you're looking at your phone or because you're reading a handbook on how Windows works, you will die. Both in-game and in real life. Right. If the parent process was contained in the job is recovered from the job level set of the parent and then bound to the session of the newly created process. Finally, the new process is added to the job. When there's no one on the road? Yeah, but I wouldn't say there's no one on the road. There's stone in the road, which is arguably worse than have a person on the road. The new process object is inserted at the end of the Windows list of active process, also known as the PS active process head. Now the process is accessible via functions like enum process and open process. So I guess those look for the active process head. Ooh, remember? Nice flip. Nice flip. That's a lot of flips. Holy. Are we on the moon or something? Jeez. The process debug port of the parent process is copied to a new child process unless no debug inherent flag is set, which can be requested at when creating the process. If a debug port was specified, it is attached to the new process. Jobs objects can specify restrictions on which group or groups the threads within the processes part of a job can run on. Therefore, PSP insert process must make sure the group affinity associated with the process will not violate the group affinity associated with the job. An interesting secondary issue to consider is if the job's permission grant access to modify the process's affinity permissions, because a lesser privileged job object might interfere with the affinity requirements of the more privileged process. Finally, PSP insert process creates a handle for the new process by calling all OB open objects by pointer. I assume OB means object, and then returns this handle to the caller. Note that no process creation callback is sent until the first thread within the process is created. Code always sends the process callbacks before sending object manage based callbacks. Stage 4. Creating the initial thread and its stack and context. At this point, the Windows executive process object is completely set up. It still has no thread, however, and so it can't do anything yet. It's now time to start that work. Normally, the PSP create thread routine is responsible for all aspects of thread creation and is called by ntcreate thread when a new thread is being created. However, because the initial thread is created internally by the kernel without user mode input, the two helper routines that PSP create thread relies on are used instead. PSP allocate. Are you kidding me? Really? Okay, chat. We gotta look out for I don't even know what I'm supposed to call that. Like a bump? It's less of, like it's an opposite of a bump. What do you call that? It's like it's not like hole either. It's like I don't know. A pothole? It's not quite a hole. I don't think that counts as a pothole. Cause like it was like just like in between the section of two pieces of road. Does that make sense? Because I'm not sure if the concept exists. A divot? Okay, I don't exactly know what a divot stands for either. Well, how about this? Let's continue driving for a little bit, and we're gonna keep our eyes on the road until we get past that point. All right. I'm gonna take a break from reading. I'm just gonna drive. Gonna keep our eyes on the road. Okay. It was something like that, but not quite as bad. So we're just gonna get slow. Okay. So it's a part after the downhill that might get us in trouble. I'm not even sure if we passed that point yet. I think we have. No, we haven't. I remember this rock. Was it the break in the road? Yeah. Chaz, this is what driving is like in real life too. Like, if there's a problem with the road, you just instantly die. Because if so, I think driving is kind of scary. I don't think I ever want to get a driver's license. I think I'll stick to public transit. Yeah, steal something like that, where like kind of had a little break in the middle of a after a downhill. Nope. Come on. Kind of realized we're having a little trouble turning. Like, not turning as sharply as I would have wanted. Cars these days are made of plastic, so... Oh. So when they collide, they absorb all the force, and it gets crushed instead of all cars where they are indestructible, but all the forces affect you instead. This is why cars these days break so easily. Hello, TNT. I think we passed the danger point already. I think we're good now. And if so, let's take a nap. Oh, we reached 10 subs. Didn't realize until that now. Hit our goal. See if we can step up a new gold. I accidentally hit raid challenge that we're not raiding any yet. Manage goals. Okay, so our current goal is 20 subs. Alright, let's go chat. All forces would kill you instead of destroying the car back then? Damn. I feel like any little tiny little bump these days, though, is gonna damage the car in some way. If you look at it funnily, it'll just... you get a scratch or a dent, even though it's metal. Which, I mean, I know there's like soft metal, but still, I don't... I thought it's supposed to be durable. Suspension holds up well. No, I mean more like, you know, when there's a collision. You can dent it back. So it's not actually metal then. So it's really plastic. Which, really? Because like it looks like metal, feels metal. Oh yeah, let's get rid of that poop. Okay, let's get back to... It is. My sister's car had a bad dent in the rear, and my dad went to the opposite of a hammer and tinted it back. I mean, I know you can do that with hammer. Sorry, with metal too, right? Right? Feels like soft metal at least. Like aluminum. Well, Actually, no. Can you do that on aluminum? Anyways, where were we? However, because the initial thread is created internally by the kernel without user mode input, the two helper routines that PSP create thread relies on are used instead. PSP allocate thread and PSP insert thread. PSP allocate thread handles the actual creation and the initialization of the executive thread object itself, while PSP insert thread handles the creation of the thread handle and security attributes and the call to a start thread to turn the executive object into a schedulable thread on the system. However, the thread won't do anything yet. It is created in the suspended state and isn't resumed until the process is completely initialized, as described in state 5. The hood is straight metal, the front and rear bumpers are a mix of metal and plastic. Okay, I've never paid attention to the actual bumper part, so I'll take your word for it. Note that the thread parameter, which can be specified in create process, but can be specified in create thread, is the address of the PEB. This parameter will be used by initialization code that runs in the context of this new thread, as described in stage 6. PSP allocate thread performs the following steps. Alright, hang on a second. Ooh, okay. Temporarily off-road a little bit. Give my mouse off, sorry, my hand off the wheel, so to say, for a little bit. Okay. It prevents user mode scheduling or UMS threads from being created in WoW64 processes, as well as preventing user mode callers from creating threads in the system process. An executive thread object is created and initialized. If energy estimation is enabled for the system, always disabled for Xbox. What an oddly specific thing to mention. Like, this is every I feel like every chapter there's gonna be like one mention of like Xbox or like some very specific system. Like, it could have easily left this undocumented, but no, they decided to just also mention, hey, no, this isn't done for Xbox. Then it allocates and initializes a thread energy values structure pointed to by the eThread object. The various lists used by LPC, IO management, and executive are initialized. The thread's creation time is set, and its thread ID or TID is created. Because the thread can execute, it needs a stack and a context in which to run. So these are set up. The stack size for the initial thread is taken from the image. There is no way to specify another size. If this is a WoW64 process, the WoW64 thread context will also be initialized. The thread environment block, or TB, is allocated for the new thread. The user mode thread start address is stored in the eThread in the start address field. This is a system supplied thread startup function in NTDLL under RTL user thread start. The user specified Windows address start address is stored in the eThread in a different location. The Win32 start address field. The debugging tools such as Process Explorer can display the information. K in the thread is called to set up the K thread structure. This thread's initial and current base priorities are set to the process's base priority. And its affinity and quantums are set to that of the process. K in the thread Next, allocates a kernel stack for the thread and initializes the machine-dependent hardware context for a thread, including the context, trap, and exception frames. The thread's context is set up so that the thread will start in kernel mode in ki thread startup. Finally, kinit thread sets the thread state to initialize and returns PSP allocate thread. If this is a user mode, what was it again? It was mentioned earlier. A user mode scheduling. If this is a user mode I can't speak. If this is a user mode scheduling thread, PSP UMS in the thread is also called to initialize the UMS state. Once the work is finished, an create user process calls PSP insert thread to perform the following steps. The ideal processor is initialized if it was specified using an attribute. The thread group priority. I just realized you can't see a tiny portion of the text there. Oop. Well, that fell off. Hang on a second. Okay. You love to see it. The that fell off again. I don't think that's how it's supposed to be. You know what? That's fine. Who uses the rear view mirror anyways? Where was I? Right. The thread group affinity is initialized if it was specified using an attribute. If the process is part of a job, a check is made to ensure that the thread's group affinity does not violate job limitations, as described earlier. Checks are made to ensure that the process hasn't already been terminated. That the thread hasn't been... Wait, what? Checks are made to ensure that the process hasn't already been terminated. That the thread hasn't already been terminated. What? Oh, the thread and the process. Oh, right. I thought it was repeating itself. Or that the thread hasn't even been able to start running. If any of these are true, the equation will fail. If the thread is part of a secure process, isolated user mode, I think that's what it stands for, IUM, then the secure thread object is created and initialized. The kthread part of the thread object is initialized by calling k_start_thread. This involves inheriting scheduler settings from the owner process, setting the ideal node and processor, updating the group affinity, setting the base and dynamic priorities by copying from the process, setting the thread quantum, and inserting the thread in the process list maintained by kprocess, a separate list from the one in the process. If the process is in a deep freeze, meaning no threads are allowed to run, including new threads, then this thread is frozen as well. Sorry, what is a deep freeze again? Okay. On non-x86 systems, if the thread is the first in the process, then the process is not. If the thread is the first in the process, and the process is not the idle process, then the process is inserted into another system-wide list of process maintained by the global variable ki process list head. Wasn't there one already? So what, there's two? The thread count in the process object is incremented. The owner's process hour priority and page priority are inherited. If this is the highest number of threads the process ever had, The thread count high watermark is updated as well. If this was a second thread in the process, the primary token is frozen. That is, it can no longer be changed. Why does it need a watermark count for the highest number of threads? Okay. The process is inserted into the process thread list, and the thread is suspended if the creating process requested it. The thread object is inserted into the process handle table. If the first thread created in the process, that is, the operation happened as part of the create process call, any registered callbacks for the process creation are called, and any registered thread callbacks are called. If any callback vetoes the creation, it will fail and return the appropriate status to the caller. If a job list was supplied using an attribute, then, and this is the first thread in the process, then process is assigned to all of the jobs in the job list. The thread is ready for execution by calling ke_ready_thread. Enters a deferred ready state. See chapter 4 for more information on thread states. I want to check the thing real quick. Give me a second. Okay. Just double checking my screen. Okay. Right. Stage 5. Performing Windows subsystem specific initialization. Once NT_create user process returns with success code, the necessary executive process and thread objects have been created. Create process internal then performs various operations related to the Windows subsystem specific operations initialization process. First up, the various checks are made for whether Windows should allow the executable to run. And these checks include validating the image version in the header and checking whether Windows application certification has blocked the process through a group policy. On specialized editions of Windows Server 2012 R2, such as Windows Storage Server 2012 R2, additional checks are made to see. Okay. Could have been worse. Could have died there. Additional checks are made to see whether application imports any disallowed APIs. If software restriction policies dictate a restricted token is created for the new process. Afterward, the application compatibility database is queried to see whether an entry exists in either the registry or the system application database for the process. Compatibility shims will not be applied at this point. The information will be stored in the PEB once the initial thread starts executing in stage 6. Okay, we need to take a nap. Also, I don't like the song. I'm gonna skip it. Okay. Next up, create process. When create process internal, call some internal functions for non-protected processes to get I forgot what SXX stand for. System on system? I forgot. See the section DLL name resolution and redirection later in this chapter for more information. Oh, side by side. Right, it's side by side. Such as manifest files and DLL redirection paths, as well as installer as well as other information such as whether media on which the exe resides on is removable and installer detection flags. For immersive processes, it also returns version information and target platform from the package manifest. How come my right door hasn't fallen off yet? Sorry, my left door. But my right door is falling off like numerous times already. Okay, hang on. Doors are extremely fairly to install. Like the wrench option doesn't, the wrench icon doesn't show up. Because you're there. Why would me being there stop it from falling off? Oh, come on. Get on there. Can I? Wait. Here we go. Alright, close enough. A rose there did fall off? I don't remember, honestly. For immersive processes, it also returns version information and the target platform from the patch manifest. A message to the Windows subsystem is constructed based on the information collected to be sent to CSRSS. This message... Damn it. That didn't even last like a minute. Come on. I don't think that rear view mirror is very helpful. Right, so the message includes the following information: the path name and side-by-side path name, process and thread handles, section handle, the access token handle, media information, opcompat and shim data, immersive process information, the... Really? Okay. Half of the game time is just gonna be me spent on fixing the car. Because it's made of Legos. Do I even need this? Oh, I'm getting get rid of that. Oh, that's how the window works on this thing. Ooh, neat. I don't know, when was the last time I saw a window like this? I think it's common on trucks, right? Depends. Okay. Various flags such as whether it is a protected process or whether or not it is required to run elevated. A flag indicating whether the process belongs to a Windows application so that CSRSS can determine whether to show the startup cursor, UI language information, DL redirection, and local flags as discussed in image loader section in this chapter, later in this chapter. Manifest file information. When it receives this message, the Windows subsystem performs the following step. Find your SIP. And actually maybe a cough drop, because them been doing a lot of talking. Oh, hang on. Okay. This song's a classic. I hear it every day I start the game. When it receives this message, it performs the following step. The CSR create process duplicates a handle for the process and thread. In this step, the usage count of the process and thread is incremented from 1, which was set at creation time to 2. How many create process are there? How many functions named create process are there? Because I feel like we've seen like at least 6 at this point. The CSRSS process structure, also this known as the CSR process, is allocated. The new process exception port is set to be the general function port for the Windows subsystem, so that Windows subsystem will receive a message when a second chance exception occurs in the process. For further information on exception handling, see Chapter 8, Part 2. If a new process group is to be created with the new process serving at the root the create new process group flag in create process, then set in CSR process. A process group is useful for sending a control event to a set of process sharing the console. See the Windows SDK documentation. Wait, are we going backwards? Why is that cactus already destroyed? Hang on. Have we been here? I hope not. You know what this game needs? It needs a map. I don't mean like a map on the UI. I mean like a physical map you can hold in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna destroy a few cactus here just so we know we've been here. Holy peak stream, so true. Hello, welcome Gator. But it's procedurally generated? Yeah, but so is Minecraft. You know? The game has a map. You can just give us a top-down view. but then it'd be too easy. I don't think it is. It will be too easy. Have we been here? Yes, we have. Let's confirm real quick. This is empty. It is empty. Okay, we've been here. Well. Yes, we did a loop-a-doop at some point. Because we've been here. That sucks. I wonder at which point did we accidentally make the loop. How about this? Next time we see an intersection. No, how about this? Hang on. Chat, hear me out. We go off-road again. Let's not listen to what the game wants us to do, which is to stick on the road. Let's just stick it to the road. We're gonna do exactly the opposite of what the game wants us to do. Surely this will get us to wherever we need to go. What if you made a physical map? What do you mean? If I drew one myself? Yeah. So what, you want me to like draw as I'm driving while reading? I don't think that's very doable. You know, there's surprisingly lack of pebbles thus far. Write down turns and landmarks. I'm gonna write them down. At that rate, I might have to draw it out or something. Oh. Okay, I don't know what happened there. You know what we should do? Maybe we should pay attention to the landmarks. Okay, so let's keep that mountain in mind. Surely, well, you know what? Maybe that's not helpful. Because I think all of them can look the same. Never mind. Oh, whoa! Okay. Lovely. Pay attention to the landmark. You're reading and rereading. And yeah, that's true. I have this song set to my main menu music in Nikkei. Let's save real quick. So I hear this song every day. I'm gonna continue reading after I get back to the main road because there's a bunch of pebbles here. I need to focus. Okay. Don't know what I ran into. What happens if you run out of fuel? You walk. Until you find another car. At which rate you might be better off just reloading an earlier save. But it is an option. Yeah, let's snap. Okay. Why is there blood? Don't worry about it. It's the blood of our enemy. Yeah. By our enemy, I mean me. I'm the enemy. Because, I'm the one that's, causing the ultimate downfall of our demise. From reading that tunnel in Girls Magazine. That's so true. Woo! Okay, could have been worse. All good. You know, chat, this could be worse. I could have survival elements turned on, which by default it is. By default, the game actually wants you to drink and piss and excrement. Yeah. Oh yeah, and eat. Yeah, this game could be easily way harder. Manually shift gears? Is gear shifting a thing? Wait, I think it actually is. Hang on, I forgot. Does it have wheel support? Somewhat. Actually, I'm not sure, actually. You know, if it had a wheel controller support, I'd be down to doing that. I don't have a wheel controller though, so okay, we haven't been here yet. Hang on. Okay. What is this? Chocolate bar? I think I understand why Americans prefer paper walls. What do you mean? G29s are dirt cheap in the US. I assume it's the same up there. I mean, I can probably find one if I really wanted to. What is this? Oh, it's an ornament thing. Wait. Where are you? Do you hear him? No? No? Okay, I thought I heard a zombie. I guess that must be a game. On the roof? I'll be fine then. Surely this will fit better than this door, right? My ether cord was stuck in a wall. My screwdriver was too short to pin. That sounds like hell to deal with. Yeah, I think this door fit. You know, don't mind the gap, but it's fine. Is that another engine? This. But we don't need that. The gap is for the AC? Sure is. Why is this all stuck together? Why is there flashlight attached to... Why is there toilet attached to... You know what? Whatever. Okay, nothing in there. Oil. Can't let the Wi-Fi out the car. So true. Anything in here? Ooh, that's a lot of gas. Assuming, can we lug it? No? Okay, we've got milk. You can't see it, but this is what I mean by the game has a piss system. What's the button for that again? P. What's the poop button? Is it B? Okay. We don't need to hear that. Thank you. We can do this. Yeah. Why not take the oil with you in the back seat? We're fine. We already have some amount of reserve, so we're fine. Can I siphon a portion from here? No, I don't want to drink it.
Chicken jockey.
Ow. Okay, it's too heavy for me to push. Actually, no, we can just about do it. Come on. Come on. Easy moment. I mean, at least my health isn't dropping when you take it. Okay. Yeah, dump all that in there. Come on. Is it safe? Yeah. It takes gas. The fuel tank. Okay. What's up with all the toilets? And what's up with all the milk? I have many questions. I think that goes on the other side. Oh, we don't need one. That's fine. Is there red paint around here? I would like that. I don't know what this is still. How is the milk even safe to drink? Any milk is safe to drink. You know, for the first few seconds of you drinking it. And a bunch of alcohol, apparently. Another engine. How about this? Let's try this other engine. Check the coffin. I mean, last time we checked, there wasn't anything, so doubt there'd be anything here. Yep, there's nothing here. And now I'm stuck. Okay, I need a restroom break. I'll be right back. I keep forgetting there's a spider in the bathroom, and I'm a little concerned that I might accidentally step on it at some point. Ooh. Okay. So, I'm gonna give this engine a try. See if it works. I'm kind of curious about the car up there. I'm gonna check in a little bit, but okay, let's see how well that engine works. But before that, see if we can get up there. Oh, okay. Ooh. Hang on. Hang on. This looks like a decent car. Does it work? This looks better than our shit car. Hang on. It takes diesel. Car battery. Well, there's no coolant. I've got a solution for that. Yeah. don't think this thing's starting. What do I need? It says amps. Does that assume battery? Oh, this thing has a built-in clock. Holy shit. No way. Holy shit. Come on. Start. Do something, damn it. Car battery, but I don't see a car battery. And there isn't a car battery in mine. I don't see a car battery in here. In fact, I don't even think there's battery in this game. What do we do, chat? Okay, how about this? Let's, How about we just, push this car first. Ooh, lights. Ooh. Okay, that could have killed me, whatever that was. No, that's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. Come on. Ooh. I want to get this car off the roof. It should need gas or oil. So what, diesel doesn't work? Is that what you're telling me? Well, I can't get diesel in here if I can't get this car off the thing. It's like stuck. Is the handbrake on? I don't know. I don't know if that's considered on or off. Is it on? Which one is on? Push on one and then switch? What? Which one is on? I'll have a no. We're on both? Oh, there we go. Hang on. Come on, get down there. Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh. Come on. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant. Woo! Oh, hang on, what's that? What's that? I can't check it from here. That's not what I meant. Okay. Woo! Okay. Okay, let's take a nap first. Yeah, let's try giving it oil or gas. Whatever it was. Was it this? Yeah. Come on. Our study progress has been slow today because there's been a lot going on with our cars. Let's try draining the diesel. How to drain things? How about do this? Up. Okay, it's draining. Is this how mechanics do in real life? Just push the car. The piss tank is empty too now. We'll be fine. Why would we put milk in the coolant? Actually, what is this supposed to take? Is this supposed to take alcohol? Because there's alcohol too. Not enough yet. Wow, there's a lot. Okay, how about do this? Surely that's enough to make it go, right? How much more is there? Oh, no, I don't want to drink it. I think the alcohol discussion is on Neurosubathon. Actually, yeah, I think it was. I don't remember what was the conclusion of that. I vaguely remember Coco saying the answer, but I don't remember the answer. I think it was nah. Oh. So I just pissed in it? Use milk? Holy shit, we're almost filling up this now. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's close that. Let's get more coolant. By more coolant, I mean we drink more. And then we piss in it, right? I don't think it's working. I don't think it's going. Oh, no, wait, it's going in there. Oh, I love how it's 84% milk. Like, it's implying we pissed milk. You know what? Let's just add milk in there. I think you're gonna need more than that. Okay, we got more milk. Don't worry. Imagine the smell of like really, really expired, old, warm milk. You know what? Don't imagine that, actually. Here you can have alcohol. I use milk as a coolant. Sounds like a YouTube video. It could be. If it isn't one already. It would break in the engine. Good thing it isn't RL. I don't know. Okay. We kind of used up all the oil earlier, right? I don't think there's more oil in here. You're in the way, dude. Come on. Empty. Oh, guys, we got an AK. Yeah. Diesel. There's a oil thing that's stuck in there, but okay. There's some oil in here. Okay. How do I drop this thing? Oh, there we go. Let's check if this drives first before we go anywhere. Hang on. I'm holding down W. Nothing is happening. Is it like maybe it doesn't like the coolant? Well, if that's the case, we won't have any coolant that we can use, I think. None in the car already? Yeah. This car doesn't have coolant, if that's what you're asking. It is not doing anything. Oh, chat, I need some ideas on how to fix this thing. Because it doesn't seem like we can do much. It'll need coolant, but what coolant? We don't have coolant. Any water? Well, there's no water. That's the thing. Or this thing is. That's alcohol. That's oil. It does start, yeah, but not very helpful if it doesn't go anywhere. More. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Okay, don't tip this. Don't tip it. We might have a solution here. Let's drain this first. So much for our old expired milk. Okay. Oh. Okay. Great, we tipped it. Amazing. Well, does it start now? It still won't move. I don't think it's a coolant. I think there's something else wrong with this car. You think it's the wheels? What if we replace the wheels? I'm gonna save first. Come on. Okay. We are determined to get this car working. Let's try this again. Turn off simplified gear thing. What? Was it settings? I think I'm gonna disable that. Game settings? Where? Huh? War? Oh, auto shift? No? Oh. Oh. Okay, this thing is overheating. Oh, I should turn off auto run. Calm down. Needs coolant. Here's the problem. I think we're out of things to cool it with. Wait, hang on. Yes. Um. 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 Hang on, let's click first. I love how the game is now running at 19 FPS. Clutch. Shift to neutral. What button do I press again? D-pad minus. Oh. What? Huh? I don't understand. It moved her a little bit. Huh? What? Chat, help me out here. What? What? Okay, it's overheating again. Great. What? It's like vaguely moving, but not really. Also, it's overheating. I don't think we can take this car. I have auto clutch on. Yeah. I don't know what that does though. I mean, either way, it's not like we can really take this car if it's like constantly overheating. I don't think we can take this car, chat. As much as I'd like to. What's the oil level? It's like fine. Like it's pretty full still. I'm gonna give up. I think I'm just gonna go back to driving the old shit car instead. Oh, great. I'm gonna load in earlier. I'll save actually. This one? Yeah. Clutch, accelerator, and like, I tried that. Didn't work. Oh, so much for that. Damn. All right, hang on. The physics engine is freaking out. Hang on. Yeah, is there an earlier save that I can load? Hang on. No, that'd be like from way too long ago. Nah, I'm good. Oh, hang on. Stuck again. Right, so I said I want to try this engine. Oh. Right, I thought it was being weird for a little bit. I think it's because I turned this off. Yeah. That's why the physics was freaking out. Holy shit, it's so bright now. Which is this for? That's for shotgun. Right. And also shotgun. Yep. That's speedometer, I think. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I suppose this is a good opportunity to do a little cleanup of our trunks. Where'd the other barrel go? This one? Oh, yeah. Okay. Remote play together. I mean, you can just join. This is multiplayer. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna sleep real quick. We're really late on our study, but we should get back on the road. And take this headlight. Yoink it on here. I really need some of that. I'm buying the game. I mean, I don't know how well the multiplayer is gonna... Well... Okay. Okay. I think this is faster, actually. Let's, save real quick. Yeah, I think this is faster. This engine seems to work well. I kind of want to take off the glasses, though. I should probably get back to reading. Where were we? Wait, I just realized this thing doesn't have a speedometer. What the hell? Well, guess we won't even know how fast we're driving. But it is noticeably faster. Okay. Where are we? The new process exception port. Okay, I've seen that. If the new process group is to be created with the new process serving as the root, create new process group flag and create process, then it's set in CSR process. A process group is useful for sending a control event to a set of processes sharing a console. See Windows SDK documentation for create process and generate console control event for more information. The CSR says thread structure. CSR thread is allocated and initialized. CSR thread, create thread, inserts a thread in the list of threads for the process. the count of processes in this session. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. It's stalling now. We had similar issue with other engines we picked up before. Okay. We might have to ditch this engine after all. Again. We've tried like numerous different engines already. Yeah, this one doesn't work either. Damn. Well, that's a shame. It's fine, we can just pop this in here. I assume it's because like it isn't getting cooled sufficiently or something. Because like you can hear the ticking. Oh well. The count of the process in this session is incremented. The process shutdown level is set to 0x280, the default process shutdown level. See set process shutdown parameters and Windows SDK documentation for more information. I don't know what a shutdown level is. The new CSRSS process structure is inserted into a list of Windows subsystem-wide process. After CSRSS, I can't figure out what TSS or CSRSS is. Full name. Has performed these steps, create processes internal, checks whether the process was run elevated. Give it a moment. Okay. Not where I meant to attach that, but does that mean I can... You know what? Screw it. Sure. Whatever. If that works, that works. Guess the hood can work on either side of the car. We have a Frankenstein of a car now. Actually, I think it's affecting how our ability to drive. Hang on. Might have to swap it back after all. Okay. Which means it was executed through shell execute and elevated by the app info service after the consent dialog was shown to the user. This includes checking whether the process was a setup program. If it was, the... Hello? Oh, it's missing wheels. That's a shame. Oh, wait. Okay. Oil. Alcohol. I don't know how you're supposed to open this door. This includes checking whether the process was a setup program. If it was, the process token is open and the virtualization flag is turned on so that the application is virtualized. See information on UAC and virtualization in Chapter 7. If the application contained elevation shims or had requested elevation level in the manifest, the process is destroyed and elevation request is sent to the app info service. Note that most of these checks are not performed for protected processes, because these processes have been designed for Windows Vista or later. There is no reason they should require elevation, virtualization, or application compatibility checks in processing. Why would when ones after Windows Vista or layer designed specifically that? Huh? Okay. Additionally, allowing mechanisms such as the shim engine to use its usual hooking and memory patching techniques on a protected process would result in a security hole. If someone could figure out the ability to insert arbitrary shims that modify the behavior of the protected process. Additionally, because the shim engine is installed by the parent process, which might not have access to its child protected process, even legitimate shimming cannot work. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some tea real quick. Be right back. I have returned. Okay. And the piss filter has returned too. I need to figure out how to take off the sunglasses. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Oops. Where was I? Stage 6. Starting execution of the initial thread. At this point, the process environment... Wait. Okay. Stage 6. Starting execution of the initial thread. At this point, the process environment has been determined. Resources for its thread to use have been allocated. The process has the thread, and when the subsystem knows about the new process, unless the caller specified the grid suspended flag, the initial thread is now resumed so that it can start running and perform the remainder of the process initialization work that occurs in the context of the new process. Stage 7. Performing process initialization in the context of a new process. The new thread begins live running the kernel mode thread startup routine, ki start user thread. ki start user thread lowers the thread's RQL level from the deferred procedural call DPC level to APC level. I think it's asynchronous procedural call or something. Then calls the system initial thread routine, PSP user thread startup. The user specified thread that start address is passed as parameter to this routine. PSP user thread startup performs the following actions. It installs an exception chain on x86 architecture. Other architectures work differently in this regard. See Chapter 8 in Part 2. It lowers the RQL to passive level 0, which is the only RQL user code is allowed to run at. It disables it. I love how the game has to think it for a little bit, for a few seconds for how the car should be deformed. This game has impeccable programming. We're stuck. Come on, you can do this. Get away from the rock. Thank you. Okay. It disables the ability to swap the primary process token at runtime. It's if the thread was killed on startup for whatever reason, it's terminated and no further action is taken. It sets the locale ID and the ideal processor in the TB based on information present in the kernel mode data structures. It then checks whether thread creation has actually failed. It calls dvgk create thread, which checks whether image notifications were sent for the new process. If they weren't, and notifications are enabled, an image notification is sent first for the process, and then the image load for NDDLL. Note, this is done in the stage rather than when the image were first mapped because the process ID, which is required for kernel callouts, is not yet allocated at that time. Once those checks are completed, another check is performed to see whether the process is a debug-E. If it is, and if debugger notifications have not been sent yet, then the create process message is sent through the debug object if one is present, so that the process startup debug event, create process debug info, can be sent to the appropriate debugger process. This is followed by a similar thread startup debug event, by another debug event for the image load of NDDLL. dvgk create thread, then waits for a reply from the debugger via the continue debug event function. It checks whether application prefetching is enabled on the system. If so, calls the prefetcher and superfetch to process the prefetch instruction file if it exists, and prefetch pages referenced during the first 10 seconds of the last process. Right. For more details on prefetcher and superfetch, see chapter 5. It checks whether the system-wide cookie in the shared user data structure has been set up. Well, I'm just gonna go straight. If it hasn't, it generates it based on the hash of a system information, such as the number of interrupts processed, VPC deliveries, page faults, interrupt time, and a random number. The system-wide cookie is used in internal decoding and encoding of pointers, such as the heap manager, to protect against certain classes of exploitation. For more information on the heap manager, see chapter 5. If the process is secure, a IUM process, then a call is made to HVL start secure thread that transfers control to the secure kernel to start thread execution. This function only returns when the thread exits. It sets up the initial thunk. Ooh. Okay. Okay. How do I join? I would have to add you first, I think. I don't think I have you on Steam. Hang on a second. Which way did that come from? Fuck. Hang on. Shit. I'm checking the VOD. So we were heading towards a mountain. Okay, so this way, yes. Oh, thank you for follow. Sorry, I didn't see that follow event until I checked the VOD. Thank you for follow. 901. All right. Let me add you real quick. I wasn't planning on having anyone else in the game today, but sure. Why did it stop? Maybe I should take a nap. Wait. Multiplayer. Alright, I need to create a lobby first. Create. Okay. See if that works. No voice chat. Okay, we'll see if that works. handy trunk. No idea what we need to do besides accept the invite. Do you need to do anything besides accepting an invite? It should just work. Right. Oh, hang on. You know what? I'm gonna get back on the road first before I read more, because that will happen if I don't. Nope. Okay. Oh, the game stuttered a little bit. Not sure if that means anything. Have you joined? I guess not. Not yet. Oh. Great. I probably should have used the handbrake. Kinda forgot the game continues to run when you do that. Alright, come on, go. I'm guessing it's the old multiplayer taste. You need to be on the latest beta. Which is 2014 something, sorry, 2024 something, 2024-07 or something. Okay. Is there a road anytime soon? I'd like to get back to reading. Should probably hold the handbrake before I check. Okay. Okay. It checks whether... Sorry. Wait, hang on. Okay. Lovely. If the process is... No. It sets up the initial thunk context. I still don't know what thunk is. Context to run the image loader initialization routine. And I'm stuck. Lovely. Excuse me. And I'm still stuck. What's the lobby name? There isn't one. We need to get back on the road before I continue reading. Okay. Nice spin. We've gotten, I think, X6 multiplier and burnout for that. And stunt run. No password, right? No, there is password. It's in your DM. You should be able to just right click and join. That said, I don't know if I advise joining right now. Because I'm driving in the middle of the desert. I don't know where you're going to spawn. It's supposed to spawn near me, but I don't know where near post means. Oh, that is one sturdy door. Didn't even flinch. And we get a road anytime soon. I have not seen a road in like 10 minutes. Or something. Yeah, maybe I should get a little bit slower. Okay. Road. Road. I find it kind of funny how the door doesn't close. Or even wiggle at all. Woo! Way to stop. Okay, we're on a road now. I think this is a good place to take a restroom break and see if you can join. Okay. I need a restroom break, so I'll be right back. See if you can join. Yeah. I have returned. Well, anyone join? Don't think so. Let me check. I don't see you yet. Should probably take a nap, actually. You got it. Oh, there you are. Come on, hurry up. Get in here. Press E, hold down. Yep, there you go. Close the door. There we go. Okay. Eh, right. Let's get back to number 11. It sets up the initial thunk context to run the image loader initialization routine, loader initialize thunk in NTDLL, as well as the system-wide thread startup stub RTL user thread start in NTDLL. These steps are done by editing the context of the thread in place and then issuing an exit from the system service operation. I feel like the game is lagging a lot more, which loads the specially crafted user context. Whoa, what's that? It's a, okay, it's a trailer thing. Okay, that doesn't really help us. We can't really hook on that. The game is definitely lagging more now. Ooh, okay. The loader initialize thunk routine initializes the loader. The heap manager analyze tables. Okay. Analyze tables, the thread local storage TLS and fiber local storage FLS arrays, and critical section structures. Then loads any required DLLs and calls the DLL entry point with the DLL process attach function code. Once the function returns, untcontinue restores the new user context and returns to user mode. Their execution now truly starts. RTL user thread start uses the address of the actual image entry point and the start parameter and calls the application entry point. These two parameters have also been pushed onto the stack by the kernel. Great. Oh. Here, I'll get this one. Here we go. See if you know how to install it. There you go. Thanks for getting the door. Right, RTL uses thread start uses the address of the actual image entry point and start parameter and calls the application's entry point. These two parameters have also been pushed onto the stack by the kernel. The complicated series of events has two purposes. First, it allows the image loader inside NTDLL to set up the process internally and behind the scenes so that other user mode code can run properly. Otherwise, it would have no heap, no thread local storage, and so on. Having all threads begin a common routine allows them to be wrapped in exception handling so that if they crash, NTDLL is aware of that and can call the unhandled exception filter inside kernel 32. It is also able to coordinate thread exit on return from the thread's startup routine and perform various cleanup work. Application developers can also call set unhandled exception filter to add their own unhandled exception handling code. Experiment tracing process startup. Now that we've looked into detail how a process startup and different operations required to begin executing an application, we're going to use the process monitor to look at some of the file I/O and registry keys that are accessed during this process. So if I remember correctly, there's a lot that happens when you look at process monitor and when you start something up. Although this experiment will not provide a complete picture of all the internal steps we've described, you'll see several parts of the system in action, notably prefetch and superfetch, image execution file options, and other compatibility checks, and image loaders DLL mapping. We'll look at a very simple executable, notepad.exe, and launch it from command prompt, cmd.exe. It is important that we look at both operations inside cmd and those inside notepad. Recall that a lot of user mode work is performed by create process internal, which is called by the parent process before the kernel has created a new process object. Ooh, hello? Hello, tower. I'm gonna check. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Nah, get rid of the ignition first. BB. Water. It would be nice if we have a little container that we can use to store the water, but I don't think I have any. Apparently my headlights are missing once again. Wow. Did not get them for long before they're missing again. Cool. Oh, hello. Aha, idiot.
I wanted to die anyway.
Okay, nothing here. Gas. Okay. What are you doing? Brushing? No, I don't want to drink it. In there. Come on. Okay. Let's see if we can use this to fill this up. How does this work? How do I do this? Left mouse button plus mouse to fill. What? Right, what? Huh? Okay, I'm just wasting water now. Oh, wait. Oh, that wasn't open. That's why. Okay. Oh, okay. It's working. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have water. 3 liter. Not a lot, but water. Let's see what's over here. Anyone up here? There's a door that leads to nowhere. Cool. Okay. Got a sponge. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe don't jump down there. Okay. got... Hello, we've got cleaning solution, I think. Not sure. Okay. Okay. Cleaning. I don't know if this does anything, but sure. Wow, look at me go. Wow. So cool. I don't think that does anything. At least not to this car. Okay, I think we can go now. So, I'm gonna put this in here. And you in here. You in here. Okay, we're going. Come on, let's go. In here. Come on. Are you okay? I think you might have held down C. I think C does that. There you go. Is that what that is? Yeah. I've done that a few times. Having a hard time reversing. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Yep. Slowly but surely. Yep. Okay. Right. To set the things up correctly, follow these steps. Add 2 filters to the process monitor. One for CMD, one for Notepad. These are the only 2 processes you should include. Be sure you don't currently have any running instances of those processes, so you know you're looking at the right events. The filter window should look like this. And make sure event logging is currently disabled. Go to File and deselect Capture Events. Enable event logging by pressing Ctrl E and type Notepad. And then you should see around 500 to 3,000 events. Stop capture. As described in the create process flow, one of the first things to notice is that just before the process is created, and the first thread is created, CMD does a registry read on image file execution option for Notepad. Because there were no image execution options associated with Notepad, the process is created as is. As with this and any other events in process monitor log, you can see whether each part of the process creation flow was performed in user or kernel mode, and by which routines. By looking at the stack of the event, to do this, double-click on reg open key event, switch to the stack tab. The following screenshot shows a status stack on a 64-bit machine. The stack you already reached, the stack shows that you already reached the part of a process creation performed in kernel mode through unti-create user process, and that helper routine PSB allocate process is responsible for that check. Going down the list of events, after a thread and process have been created, you will notice that the 3 groups of events. A simple check for application compatibility flags. This will which will let the user mode process creation code know if the checks inside application compatibility database are required through the shim engine. Multiple reads to SSX or side-by-side, manifest, MUI, language keys, which are part of the assembly framework mentioned earlier. File IO to one or more SDB files, which are application compatibility databases on the system. The IO is where additional checks are done to see if the shim engine needs to be invoked for this application. Because Notepad is a well-behaved Microsoft program, it doesn't require any shims. The following screenshot shows the next series of events, which happens inside the Notepad process itself. These are actions initiated by the user mode thread startup wrapper in the kernel mode, which performs the actions described earlier. The first two are notepad.exe and ntdll image load debug notification messages, which can be generated now that code is running inside Notepad process context and not inside the context for the command prompt. Okay, I am going to take a nap. Next, prefetcher kicks in, looking for a prefetch database that has already been generated for Notepad. For more information on prefetcher, see Chapter 5. On a system where Notepad has already been run at least once, the database will exist and the prefetcher will begin executing the command specified inside it. If that is the case, scrolling down you will see multiple DLLs being read and queried. Unlike typical DLL loading, which is done by user mode image loader by looking at the import tables, or when an application manually loads a DLL, these events are generated by the prefetcher, which is already aware of the libraries that Notepad will require. Typical image loading of DLLs happens next. You'll see events similar to the one shown here. Those events are now being generated from the code inside user mode, which was called once the kernel mode wrapper function finished its work. Therefore, these are the first events coming from LDRP, an initialized process, which is then called by a loader initialized thunk for the first thread in the process. You can confirm this by looking at your own stack of these events. For example, kernel DL32 image load event, which is shown in the following screenshot. Further events generated by this routine and its associated helper function, further events are generated by this routine and its further helper functions until you finally reach events generated by WinMain inside Notepad, which is where code under developer's control is now being executed. Describing in detail all these events and user mode components that come into play during process execution will fill up this entire chapter. So a short exploration of any further events is left as an exercise for the reader. Okay. I'm gonna keep driving. I think we're done reading for today. I'm gonna keep driving until we see the next landmark, and then we can call it here, because it's like 1:37 a.m. here. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now. See if we can run into any landmark anytime soon. Oh, we passed like 2 water tower things. Don't think we can climb them. Yeah. I mean, we don't really need them anyways. How long? 4.5 hours of streaming, if that's what you meant. Yeah, that uptime. I wonder how far we've driven thus far. I know it says so in the, it says the amount in the save file, but I can't exactly save right now. I mean, realistically, you've been driving for 3 hours and a half to 4-ish. Because, you know, there were multiple breaks and... and starting of the stream. I started a solo game to play with the controls, then drove 2K before I realized I never filled up with gas. Wow. Can't ask what the hell is going on in the back of the car. You know, just regular buggy things, you know. That's the stock trunk hood. Yeah. Don't worry about it. If anything, you should be questioning the side of the door more than that. Like, at least it gives us a view into the engine as it's running. The side is normal? You call that normal, really? A little misplaced. You know, just a little bit. Just a little bit of air coming out through the door. Just a little. How much have we read today? I think we started on page 136 or something. I think we read like 20 pages today. Which is not very much, actually. I think we usually read like 40 pages or something stream. I think? I forgot. Or 30? I think 30, actually. Is it a long drive? Was there update? Yeah, so we're currently on the latest beta version, which was last updated in 2024 November. So we're not playing on stable, we're playing on beta. And the developer is allegedly still working on updates. Game looks different, yeah. I mean, I don't know how long ago that when the last stable was updated. It was like at least a year or so ago. Oh, landmark. Ooh, it's a mansion, I think. Now the question is, have we been here? Oh. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Okay. Can we get the other side? The game is running like absolute shit now, presumably because of the mansion. Yeah, you got this. Come on. There you go. Wow, what frame rate are we running at right now? We're running at 12 frames per second. Lovely. Wicked. All right, come on. Let's go look inside. I still need to figure out how to take off my glasses. Does this say? Hang on. Equip, maybe? Yellow tint? Yeah, it's because I have the sunglasses on. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to take it off. I've got the Mexican view filter on. AK sunglasses. Does this shitbox work? How about this? You figure this out. I'm gonna go check inside. There we go. May 2023. Well, that was long ago. I've got my gun ready. Got 3 bullets left. You can't see it, but it says on the top bottom right. A lovely shit in the box. Maybe I'll take this. I want to see if we can find ammo. Alright, come on. Anyone in here? Oh, cylinder's open. How do I... How do I... Sorry, how do I use this again? I opened it by accident before. R plus mouse? That's what I'm doing. Oh. Okay, I see. They're supposed to move the mouse to the right. Yo, funny man, do you have any ammo in here? Alright, all these footsteps are...
I am just hungry. I want to eat.
Okay. Oh! Oh. 07. Well. Oh, we lost our shit. Really? Damn it. Okay, we gotta get back in there now. Having fun there? Oh, there's a dead guy. Okay, at least that's still there. Uh-huh. Where's my revolver? There you are. Hey. Hey, Blank. Can you install this to our car? What is happening to our car? Yeah, install that, headlight. Fuel tank. What is this? Oh, it's cigarette. 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 Okay, not very helpful. Lights. Dog. Sorry. No, dog. Okay. I wonder if that killed the guy from earlier. The explosion. Clip walk. What is this? No fucking clue. Uh-huh. Okay, let's sleep real quick. Can't see anything. Lovely. You guys got any ammo upstairs? Preferably lights. Which you don't seem to have any. That works. Yeah, I think the explosion must have killed all of them. We got oil. Don't really need it. But thanks. More ornaments. More random things. Books. Is that for my thing? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, that really is it. Oh. Okay. We're taking this with us. Doesn't look like there's anything else left. Okay. Coolant, empty. New engine, which I cannot use for the buggy. All right, how's outside looking? Why is it stuck? Okay. And paint it black. Holy shit. Oh. Okay. I just found out you can press U to unlock camera in the car. I see. Well. Guess we now have a brown car. I'm gonna... The other car is 100% water in the tank, no coolant. Trailer works with it. I don't think we're gonna take it, but... I'm sure red was faster. Too late. I don't think that's doing much. Oh, come on. You know, either I'm using this wrong or this doesn't work. I think I'm using it wrong. Getting music too. So, like, what do you have over there? Coolant or something? Empty coolant tank. And yoink the coolant tank, I think. Just in case we need it. Maybe we can find water inside. Hang on. Alright, what kind of shit bathroom is this? There's no faucet. Really? Wait. Hang on. Got water. Hang on. I have 14 liters of water in the tank. Oh. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna... Okay. Okay, I have secured a tank full of cool water. Do we need it? Not really. But we can save it for later, just in case. Alright, in you go. Come on. Alright. Save. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. Oh, I'm very tired. It's like 4 hour 45 minutes of streaming. I think Vito is gonna go live in a little bit. Let me check who I can rate first. Chia is streaming Uma. Well, let's see. Right. Hmm. Too much sand. There is a lot of sand. I've not seen Chia in this outfit before. Okay. Gonna send you guys over. Vito has also gone live, but I think I'll rate Chia instead. Alright, start rate. Have a good day, everyone who's here, and yeah, say hi to Chia. I'll see you guys later.